Good morning. Good morning. We are ready to start the day's proceedings. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning. Who should I greet first? Who's leading? Good morning, Ms. Bowe. Good morning, Ms. Sigers Nube. Good morning again, Mr. Mogotsi, and welcome once more. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Bowe.
Chair, you'll recall on, my apologies, good morning, Chair, good morning, Commissioners. You'll recall that on Monday, Mr. Mogotsi was meant to appear. A sick note was provided to us, or a medical certificate was provided to us by the close of business day, indicating that he would be fit to resume his duties after the 3rd of March. From our perspective, Chair, Mr. Mogotsi was requested to come back today in order to give an explanation to the Commission, and thereafter to postpone his testimony to a date next week.
It looks like I'm going to give you an opportunity to say something, Mr. Mogotsi, but let me right away say that it looks like we've reached a stage where we are getting quite a few of these medical certificates, and this is quite bothersome. It impacts negatively on the Commission's scheduling, because once we do not have a witness, and we usually get to know of that on the day, we lose time because we do not sit on that day, and it gets worse if a witness has been scheduled for more than just one day. And that witness then has to be scheduled at a later date, affecting scheduling that had already been done. This is truly, truly bothersome, and the Commission has very limited time to do its investigation, do and finalize its investigation. And the medical certificates we get basically say nothing. Yours, Mr. Mogotsi, says medical condition. That is what the last one before yours also said, and we had to insist on getting another medical certificate, which then stated what the real condition was. Just saying medical condition, that's useless. It doesn't assist us, and ordinarily, that's something we just cannot and should not accept. We are aware that there are regulations that govern the medical environment, and we believe that we are entitled to call upon the medical doctor concerned to actually explain what the medical condition is, but because of the confidentiality that attaches to people's medical conditions, that's something we should do in a private session. Starting from now, that is something we are seriously considering doing. In addition to that, we are also entitled to furnish the medical certificate to the council that governs the medical profession. for it to inform us professionally whether what's written on the certificate makes sense medically. We are, even on this aspect as well, seriously considering doing that. We are not going to sit here and continue receiving useless medical certificates like the last one was and like yours appears to be. Having said that, let me hear you, Mr. Mogotsi. And unfortunately, anyway, whatever we make of this medical certificate, we cannot hear your testimony today, and that is because we have another witness scheduled for today. Do you want to say anything? Do you want to comment on your own medical certificate, which I say is useless because all it says is medical condition? What on earth is that?
Thank you, Commissioners. I really have to apologize and reiterate, Commissioners, I have been very consistent throughout the preparations all the time before the Commission. And coming back from Cape Town, since Friday, I was not okay. Like you say, confidentiality of the illness, but mine, I just had a lot of pressure, more like a diarrhea. I was so sick. I'm still not well, but I thought because if for the Commission's information, throughout the engagement, it is me who suggested that day to the evidence leader. So I really apologize, but indeed I was very ill and very dizzy also. And I even insisted with the doctor that I so wish he can get me some medication so that by Wednesday, Thursday, I could be ready to come here. And it will never happen again.
Even though the answer to what I'm going to put to you does not really lie with you, but I will ask you this. Do you have any problems if we refer your medical certificate to the council that governs the medical profession?
No, I do not have.
No problem at all with that.
I mean, I believe that their interaction with the medical doctor will be kind of confidential and be submitted, then there's no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, the hearing of your testimony is postponed to a date to be determined at a later stage. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do we adjourn for you to bring in the next witness?
Chair, that would be appreciated.
We'll come back when you indicate to us. Let's adjourn.
His Honor.
All right, it seems we are ready to resume. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, the witness for today is Major General Richard Shabiri. He is legally represented by Loliwe attorneys and he has counsel on brief. If they may introduce themselves.
Thank you. May the lead attorney place you on record, please. Oh, I thought,
Counsel is on
I'm
brief.
so sorry. I thought I heard reference to attorneys. Also, it's counsel instructed by, my most sincere apologies, counsel.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm LP Mkhize, Advocate Mkhize from Johannesburg Bar.
Yes.
I'm appearing together with my instructing attorney, Mr. Cassius Loliwe, and Ms. Mandwa. Lisedi Mulandwa. My apologies. Chair,
I'm a bit relieved if you don't know your own attorney.
Chair, my junior instructing attorney is supposed to be writing some board exam later this afternoon.
Yes.
But she took the time to come and be part of these proceedings. That's, we believe, shows how serious it takes.
Yes.
The whole process in there. I must also apologize when the commissioners were coming in. Unfortunately, I was still conferring with Mr. Attorney. When everyone else stood up, we did not.
I did not even notice it.
We apologize for that, commissioners.
No.
We represent.
Good morning and welcome to you all.
Indeed, Commissioner. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Major General Shabiri has elected to be sworn in.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, Chair. General, in front of you, you should have 3 files. The first file, file 1, contains your statement that you prepared for your evidence today. And if I can just place on record that you have filed 2 statements. The second statement, I understand, just contains some typographical corrections. And although I know your preference was for us to deal with the first statement, it's going to be logistically difficult for us to deal with the second statement. So we're going to work through your first statement, and where you have made changes in that statement, in the second statement, I will just alert you to it so that it can be placed on record that changes have been made to that particular paragraph. So if you could confirm then, General, that in file 1, the statement that appears at page 1 to 80 is your statement, and that the signature on, page 81, 1 to 81, and that the signature on page 81 is your signature.
That is correct, Commissioner, it's my signature.
And do you confirm the truthfulness and correctness of the contents of your statement?
I confirm.
Okay. Barring, of course, the corrections that you've made, which we will deal with. And then you should have another file with you. It's file 2, which should contain the annexures to your statement.
Yes.
And it should be annexures S1 to RS1 to 14 from page 1 to 54. And we've added another page, page 55, which is not a new annexure, but it is just the typed version of the statement that appears on page 50, from page 53, Chair. So RS11 has been typed up. Do you confirm that? So if you look at page 55, does your file have a page 55?
It will be RS14.
Yes, does your file have a page 55?
Page 55. Yes.
Okay. My apologies, I said RS14, it's RS11, it goes to RS11. So RS11, page 55, is a typed version of the written statement.
Yes, I see.
Okay. And then there's a third file which you should not worry yourself with for present purposes. That is an exhibit file. Do you confirm that you have the exhibit file? There's a third file that you should have there, an exhibit file.
Yes, I got it.
Thank you. General,
Before you start, General, it was at my insistence that the old statement should be used, and that you should then refer to whatever changes you have since made as we go along. The reason for that is that I assume probably my co-commissioners have prepared on the old statement, and our notes are on the old statement. So it would be very difficult for us to do cross-referring if we now have to go by what's contained in the new statement. I hope that will not mess up your presentation from where you are sitting.
No, I think we'll manage, Commissioner.
Thank you, General.
thank you, Chair. General, and then if we can start with your statement on page 1. As discussed with you earlier on, this is an opportunity for you to give your version in respect of allegations that have been made against you where you may be implicated. And so with very little interference from myself, of course, be clarification questions. We will try to limit them as much as possible.
We won't quibble with the vote of no confidence.
And in return, if we could ask you that if you are going to elect to read your statement, that at the end of each topic, if you could then elaborate, if you want to elaborate on any aspect in that topic, but not to elaborate after each paragraph, because then you have an 81-page statement we won't finish in the 2 days that we have. But please don't feel hindered by that, but just bear in mind that what we want to hear your version, but that it is at your choice how you want to do that.
Thank you.
You may proceed, General.
Thank you. My name is Major General Richard Abednego Shibir, an adult male, 57 years old, a Major General in the South African Police Service. The facts contained herein fall within my personal knowledge unless otherwise stated, or where the context indicates that the information was obtained through reports made to me in the execution of my official duties. I understand the mandate as reflected in the Government Gazette number 53048 of 2023, July 2025, to be the investigation to determine the veracity, scopes, and system implications, specific allegations of criminality, political interference, and corruption within the criminal justice system arising from the public statements made by Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July 2025. I further understand that the Commission is empowered to receive and assess relevant evidence, summon witness, call documents, notify and hear implicated person, and evaluate whether any member of law enforcement and prosecutorial authority, intelligence structure, or other organs of the state engage in unlawful conduct or was subject to improper political and external influence. I understand, moreover, the ultimate purpose of the Commission to be the establishment of the truth in relation to those allegations, and where appropriate, the making of findings and recommendations directed at safeguarding the integrity, independence, and proper functioning of the criminal justice system. The scope of my response to the questions which I received.
Sorry, General, if I can just do the introduction on that. On page 2, you deal with the scope of this response, and you are responding to a rule, a notice that was sent to you by the Commission to respond to certain allegations where you may be implicated, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So if you can then go to page 3 and deal with paragraph 5, where you deal with what those allegations were.
Thank you, Commissioners. According to this written response, is primarily confined to the following areas: the alleged infiltration or undue influence of criminal syndicates within the law enforcement agencies, and my knowledge, if any, thereof. Secondly, the nature and extent and consequences of the infiltration or of undue influence by these syndicates. So, and the nature of my relationship with my communication on WhatsApp or Signal with each person listed in the summons. My alleged discussion with the detectives in camera, witness A and B, and the other detective, that there were 3 envelopes floating around. The fourth questions to be responded to will be my alleged discussion with the detectives in camera, A and B, and other detectives, that there were 3 envelopes floating around. I think I repeated that one. The alleged telephone conversation with witness A, as overheard by witness B, and matters said to have been discussed therein. Why I allegedly informed Mr. Vusi Ndlala that Warrant Officer Michael Buleta, who was granted a bail during or in August 2024 in Musina case 2010 of 9/2022. The Cybercrime Act and Criminal Injury case involving Mr. Musa Kaula. The investigation into murder of Armand Swart, the SAPS contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Ltd, and about any payments made by me or my family members to Vusimu's Cat Matlala, and any payments made to me or my family members by Mr. Vusimu's Matlala. This statement is prepared primarily in response to the above questions contained in the summons issued to me. However, in order to respond meaningfully and accurately to those questions, it has been necessary to provide contextual background on certain events and allegations. A matter of concerning we have entered the public domain through media reporting, public commentary, institutional process, the testimony presented before the Commission in circumstances where the information conveyed has at times been incomplete, taken out of context, inaccurately quoted, or materially misrepresented. Accordingly, we were relevant to the issues raised in the summons. I have considered it necessary to clarify and contextualize certain statements attributed to me, to address misquotes, misunderstanding, untruth, and that have emerged in evidence before the Commission, to place my conduct within its proper operational and institutional framework. I do so not to challenge the authority of the Commission or the role of other witnesses, but to ensure that the Commission is provided with full, accurate, balanced, factual account of to the best of my ability. In this regard, insofar as such matters arise from or are associated with issues under investigation, I shall also deal with the matter following from the public statement made by Lieutenant General Mkonazi in July 2025 and reference made therein to me, adverse mention made in Parliament proceedings before the Madlanga Commission, the initiation of internal investigative process, including transfer to gender-based violence component, which is supposed to be not component but desk.
Sorry, General, you say that it shouldn't be component, it should read desk.
Yes.
Gender-based violence desk.
Yes.
Okay.
The notice intended suspension and subsequent final notice of suspensions, referrals made by the Commission to the task team investigation, and the principal question posed in the summons. When necessary, I will further outline an operational context of my tenure as the head of organized crime investigations, including achievements, investigative breakthrough, institutional interventions taken during the period, insofar such the context consists the Commission in proper assessing the allegation and issuing place before it. This response is made in good faith in compliance with the lawful directive contained in the summons. I'll come to my background now. I have matriculated in 1996 at the high school.
Sorry, General, 86.
86.
Maybe you want it to be 96, it's 86.
1986.
96 is me, General, not you.
I said 1986. Yeah.
Please continue.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, I matriculated in 1986 at a high school called Kisetwani High School in Bulobedi in Taninu, where I was born and grew up. I hold a diploma in policing obtained through Technicon, RSA, not SA. Now it's called University of South Africa, UNISA, in 1988. As well as Bachelor of Police Practice.
I think more accurately, it merged with UNISA.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's true. And then a Bachelor of Police Practice obtained through SBS, now currently is called Stadia, in 2021. I further hold a certificate in the investigative of transnational organized intellectual property crime with the International IP Investigation College in 2015. The intellectual property, and I have completed specialized training programs relating to organized crime, transnational leadership, development, compliance monitoring, and so forth. I also attached my CV as Annexa RS1 for reference, and also attached my SAPS 96, which will show my progress and the courses completed. Annexed as RS2. Before my suspension took effect on the 11th of February 2025.
Sorry, General, isn't that supposed to be 2026?
2026, yes. It's a mistake, 2025. Yeah, it's February 2026. I was the component head, organized crime investigation under the division, detective and forensic services, with effect from the 1st of May 2024. The appointment letter is also attached as Annex RS3. Prior to my permanent appointment, I served as an acting component head, organized crime investigation from 18 December 2023. We forgot to attach the acting letter, but I have it if it is needed as an attachment. I have served in the SAPS since 19 February 1988 and have accumulated more than 38 years experience in policing, of which 37 years have been with the detective service. I have progressed through all operational ranks, including constable, before sergeant. That time there was a lang sergeant, also been the one. Then sergeant, warrant officer, captain, lieutenant colonel, colonel, brigadier, and then now Major General. I have served in various command and senior management positions, including Detective Commander, Cluster Detective Coordinator, not Cluster Detective Head, and the Provincial Head Crime Investigation Services in Gauteng, Acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner, also in Gauteng, Section Commander, Organized Crime and Investigations, National Head Office, and recently as the Component Head, Organized Crime Investigation.
General, before you proceed, as Component Head, Organized Crime Investigations, who's your immediate superior?
My immediate superior will be the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services, who was General Sintumule, because now she's acting, General Mohali is acting now.
Okay, thank you.
The functions and mandate of crime, organized crime investigation. The component is comprising of 7 sections. The first one is the operational desk and projects responsible for registration of projects from provinces and head office and managing them so that when we do quarterly evaluations, we have them and they are doing such arrangements. And also to interlink cross-border, cross-province organized crime happening. Transnational investigation is another section which is responsible for border policing, mutual legal assistance, and they are doing cross-border operations in SADC with SARP partners, and also responsible for vehicles stolen and recovered outside the country, doing investigation with those countries in order to repatriate the vehicles back to the country, to the owners. And then we are having a narcotics investigation responsible for investigation of narcotics. Anti-gang investigation responsible for investigation of all gang-related crimes and gang violence. Extortion investigation responsible for investigation of the extortion records at the construction sites. Now we moved on also to deal with other stakeholders such as mining, transport, and etc. Economic infrastructure and illicit mining is dealing with illegal mining, and also the ESCOM. We know since the establishment of the NECC that we have a full team working from there, from ESCOM, doing the investigation, which doesn't fall under the mandate of the DPCI. The firearm investigation is the new unit established with the new structure of the SAPS, which was approved, I think, at the beginning of 2025, in order to implement the new strategic, the midterm strategic plan. The mandate of organized crime investigation is to manage investigation of organized crime falling outside the mandate of Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation in accordance with SAP's legislature and policy framework. Here, in short, is all those which are termed by the South African Police Act to be cases which are investigated by DPCI. So we don't deal with them. We actually were there to plug on the cracks where DPCI is not dealing with it because of capacity and so forth. But sometimes there is where we cross line, then we overlap towards some of their work and whatsoever. But we are dealing with, on the value chain, level 1 to 3. That is why you will see, commissioners, when we have now detected a clandestine laboratory and made the arrest, we will conserve the crime scene and do all the statements, but we will hand the docket to the DPCI because it is their mandate. And they are the one who are assessed on dismantling of this clandestine. But we get information, then we follow the information with crime intelligence and with the assistance of others. But we will end up handing it to them.
The the delineation of what the DPCI does and what you may do is determined by the head of the DPCI. And you are then able to do that which the head of the DPCI has not decreed will be done by the DPCI. Am I correct?
Yeah, yes, irrespective of who have found it and whatsoever. So if it needs to be them, so that we must be in line with the technical indicator, which the auditors, when they come, they're going to use it to say, this falls under you. Why is it now? Under organized crime, then it will be a material finding to say this was there. So hence, even if information will come from us, we follow up, we go and buy. When we go there, we found it's a big lab. Like it happened here in Erasmia, where the Mexican, we found them manufacturing big. But we do arrest cordon and do whatever, then we call DPCI to come at the scene and we hand over the scene proper to them.
All right.
And then we will work with them until they've done the rehabilitation and the exhibit are removed, and then we provided statement, we go.
Thank you. I think you've answered my question.
Yes.
Thank you, General.
Yes. Organized crime investigation focuses on level 1, 2, and 3 of the criminal value chain, being local, district, provincial, and national, and transnational organized crime structure. My role as the component head is primarily strategic, supervisory, involving oversight, compliance, monitoring, guidance, intervention, and coordination rather than direct investigation. Through my service within the South African Police Service spanning more than 3 decades, my involvement has been continuous, direct in the crime detection, investigation, operational command, strategic intervention, compliance, national coordination of organized crime investigation, and has evolved through the following operational phases. Number 1, frontline investigation and evidence gathering, detective command and operational leadership, provincial investigative oversight, national monitoring intervention functions, executive command of organized crime investigation.
So, sorry, General. May I take you back to paragraph 16.10? I just want you to elaborate on some of the concepts you referred to. For example, when you say strategic and supervisory, what exactly does the supervision entail?
Supervision entails monitoring day-to-day implementation of strategies or policies by members who are under your component or until down there to the provinces, because now and then we check on monthly basis. We have what we call National Organized Crime Secretariat, where all the 9 provinces will come, and number 1, the crime intelligence will present the crime threat for each province, so that we can determine from the registered project, are they addressing the threats in that particular province which is menacing the community. Because it doesn't help you come and register a project of drugs, but that one we expect of every province, because we have problem with drugs in each province. And then they say you are having a problem is carjacking or truck jacking, but your project, you don't have project dealing with truck jacking. Your project deals with stock theft.
All right.
Whereas the highest threat in terms of the crime stats, it says. So when we evaluate, we start with that. And
All right,
then-
no, that has answered me.
Yes.
Then oversight, involving oversight, and what does oversight entail?
Yeah. In oversight, we do what we call compliance inspection to go directly. For example, I'll go to Gauteng. They've got sections, as I indicated, which are at head office. They are also having anti-gang. I can decide to say, hey, there is a spike in or outcry, social media, radio, whatever, in Westbury about the killing and so forth, and nothing's happening. I'll request all the cases and go and peruse them and inspect them. Firstly, I will audit them. Auditing meaning to verify the system says they are having 200 dockets on hand, so I must see all the 200 dockets. And then from there, I will peruse the dockets to see that the exact work is being done. And what does it take for them to do the work? I will be able to identify the inhibiting factors, the shortcomings. And then with the particular province, I will be able to come up with a plan to address those shortcomings we have identified. And you don't go there and leave it before it is done. It must be done when you are there. And then going forward, they will be having we will have an action log where they will be reporting monthly or whatsoever, or I will come and check. And I will even initiate that if there is list of those who are known we need to go and trace, I form a team from other stations. We come there, maybe we get overtime for them. We go and try to trace and arrest. But then what will be left is to follow up, because you can arrest today. Then they don't link the person, they don't even enroll it. Mm-hmm. You will have that state of arrest which doesn't even, because if you didn't remove that person from the equation, he's still going back to do the same thing. So, meaning you have done nothing.
Okay, all right. And I assume there may be overlaps. Some of what you said, or rather part of what you said in respect of supervisory and oversight, may also encompass what you do in terms of compliance. But let me still ask the question, and what does compliance entail?
Yeah, compliance, Commissioner, it simply refers to all the members or operational members, whatever they are doing, it is in line with the internal prescripts, being national instruction, SOPs, and the policies. So if we say a case docket must be completed like this, so everything must be completed like that when you open a case docket. The disease, the part A, part B, and whatsoever. And when we say we have a warning statement, you found other stations, they become creative and make their shorter warning statement, which does not have all the rights which you must ask the accused person whom you are charging. Then it gives a problem when you got a litigation that, you didn't explain the rights which are there, which we promise people we're going to ask them and make sure we're doing it. And when we say people must be charged within 48 hours or released, if not charged. So those is the internal compliance which they must deal with, to say we in line with the law, and when we come to be inspected by the auditors, there will be no findings, and the community at large, they will be satisfied with what will be done.
Thank you. Exactly what I said, because I think you said something similar with regard to supervisory. You said you ensure compliance with the policies, and
Yes.
it looks like it's similar to compliance monitoring.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And guidance?
Guidance is like on-service training, coaching, like on our side, because we're dealing with dockets. You will read dockets to see if the member understands what he's supposed to do based on the crime happened. Then you will read from A to Z, and then see what is lacking, what is outstanding. Then you will make an entry in the docket on the SAPS 5, the diary, to say go and obtain statement of Advocate Mkhize relating to this and that. Go and take the statement of Shibiri because he's a witness, he was there when this happened. And then go to this shop where they said they bought this and check a video camera, who was there, and then get forensic to go and check fingerprints on this shop where this and that happened and so forth. So it must be specific because guidance is like in-service training, telling somebody what to do step by step in order to complete the investigation.
So when you say in-service coaching or guidance, I understand this to be something generalized and not relating to a specific docket or a specific investigation. Am I correct?
I agree. It can be done generally in a setting like this when in parade. Then talking to everybody about a subject which you have identified to be a problem. For example, less information is written on the diary as to what have you done. Because if you go out to do something, you must note on the diary, at this time I was at this street and then looking for this, I spoken to Mr. Who, and then he said the witness is not there, is somewhere, is moved out. The new telephone number of the witness is this one. If you say you are looking for forensic report, you will indicate, I inquired at the forensic, spoken to this brigadier. He indicated it is allocated to IO, reference number is this and this, and then they said it will be ready within 2 weeks. So that it can be a general way you are telling everybody. But when you take a specific docket, you will be speaking to that individual who is investigating, guiding that investigation, what to do in order for the investigation to be completed and the docket to be ready to be taken to the prosecution for decision or to arrest the suspect and place it on court room.
Would you be involved, would you personally be involved in the latter? That is the giving or that is the coaching or guidance in respect of a specific docket. Would you personally be involved in that?
Yeah, the section that I've made to say organized crime comprises of this section. They are headed by the brigadiers. And then there's the other small section by
Can you please answer the question directly?
Okay. Yeah, I will.
Please, I don't understand this to be intrusive questioning at this stage. Not at all. I just seek clarity on all these concepts.
Okay. I will.
Yes. So would you personally be involved in coaching or guiding in respect of a specific docket?
Most of the time. More especially where we receive complaints, and then to say there is a problem of this and that. Then when I go there, let me give example of Kaveja. There was a problem of extortion and anti-gang, and also these insurance matters. So firstly, when you go there, you have to understand what people are complaining about. But I have to get these dockets. So I'll get somebody to go to the system and get all these dockets, and then I will call all these dockets, and then I peruse all the dockets and give guidance. Then I will form a team comprising of the people I came with from head office, but mostly are still from other provinces. And then I will need also people from that particular province, because it becomes difficult. If I can deploy people for 3 months, they cannot be carrying dockets from Eastern Cape. Them being in Gauteng, they're gonna be a problem. Sometimes the dockets are not at court. Then the ones who are from the local, they will be carrying the dockets. The others will be doing support, working with them, arresting and whatsoever. So that when the time arrives that is 3 months lapse, we have done it, then we have stabilized, then they can continue on their own. They are able to continue, and then we leave those dockets with them, because we do this in many times. So sometimes we'll be taxi violence, I must go there, and then with a team, and then such things must happen. So if you want to give the people who are coming from outside, it's going to be difficult to remove them there because they are carrying the docket themselves. You didn't mix from the start. So the planning must be, you are not there permanent, because the task team is there made to deal with the situation, stabilize, and hand over. Because we went there because the province and the district were unable to deal with that particular specific problem.
All right. I think we are left with only 2 now, so we are almost done, General.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
General, other than you becoming involved because there's a complaint in the way that you've described it, are there circumstances where you become involved with a particular docket in the normal course of the execution of your duties?
Yes. That is why we are having a duty officer from the province, from the district. All of them, they must report to the NAD joints, and then a report is given to the duty general from the province, and they will escalate it to head office. And we're also having groups where they can send on WhatsApp, but sensitive and high-profile cases or prominent people. So the reason why we must know, let me give with organized crime. With organized crime, I've got nine provincial heads, being brigadiers running the organized crime there. So it's the people whom most of the time I will communicate with regarding what needs to happen under organized crime. And they also share their successes and also their best practices to others to see how did we deal with this thing. So I will have interest whereby a prominent figure, or maybe 6 people were killed. Sometimes I go and attend the scene myself without being told, because I know when the National Commissioner wants information, he will ask the DNC will ask me or the DIFCOM. So I must be able to know what happened and compile a report for the DIFCOM, because the channel is, even most of the time the DNC used to task me, but when I write the report, it will go through the DIFCOM, so that there mustn't be something which is going out of her office without her knowing. When she go to the meeting, she doesn't know what happened. So it happens like that even if there's no complaint. Yes.
Now we are left with intervention and coordination. Should we treat those individually, or do they go together? Intervention and coordination. Are they separate concepts? Don't elaborate. Are they separate, or do we deal with them as...
Yeah. intervention and coordination, it will relate to whereby, for example, let's say here in Pretoria, there is somebody kidnapped, they want 6 million. And then there is a team in Gauteng. Other provinces, they don't have teams dealing with ransom kidnapping. Because you go to other provinces, it's investigated by DPCI. So what you do is we go in as head office to assist, to give investigative support. Then we can coordinate private sector with them. Then we form a tag jock where we will be operating from for maybe three days or whatsoever. The hostage negotiators will be brought on board, and the investigators and the telephone analyst and whatsoever. Then the hostage will be, when they phone the family, will always get in that information. And then working with the team from the province in order to ensure that there is a success in tracing and getting the kidnapped person back and arresting the perpetrators.
And then right at the end, you have, rather than direct investigations, what do you want to convey by that?
To direct the investigation.
Look at 1610. Look at 1610, the last line of the paragraph. And right at the end, you say, rather than direct investigations. What is that meant to convey?
Yeah, I think they were trying to explain that rather than us just directing, telling person, go and investigate without doing anything to assist on the investigation.
I don't get you.
I think we wanted to indicate rather than direct investigation, meaning rather than not just directing people what to do, to say go and investigate, we also involved in the investigating by providing the above.
I would have thought it means the opposite. I would have thought it means that you don't get involved in direct investigations. That's how I read it.
Yeah, in a way, mostly we're not supposed to be involved, but the way it is, we're involved because of the situation where we find ourselves in.
What is that situation?
Yeah. For example, I'll give head offices in Gauteng. And Gauteng as a province, a small province, it's a geographical. Complainants know where's the head office, where's the provincial office, where's the head office. And the proximity for them to reach there. When they go to a police station and they are told something, they simply drive through to head office, whereas in other provinces, you have to travel for hours and they don't get there. They don't even know the people. And some of these people from here, citizens from Gauteng, they knows the head office people and the ministers. Then it is easy for them, not when they don't get joy, to phone direct. And most of our people, they feel comfortable when they speak to a senior member. They feel that their complaint will be dealt with accordingly. So as a result of that, you end up, when you send somebody again, they don't get any joy. You'll end up calling the person, come with the dog. Then you will check the docket yourself and then give directives and end up giving feedback yourself.
And why don't you follow your own structure and processes? Why don't you redirect the people and say, this is the structure, these are the processes, go to ABC, which is not head office?
Sometimes you can manage to do that, but in most instances you can't, because when the person is there, want answers there.
All right.
And he's furious. He doesn't want. It is like I'm chasing him away where he was chased away.
Yes.
And at head office, you can't even give direction or resolve a matter.
No.
So what you find yourself in is to make sure that the matter is resolved immediately to the satisfactory of the complainant.
All right. No, I don't want to sound intrusive at this stage. I just wanted to understand what you mean by rather than direct investigations. You've given your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, I think you can now go to paragraph 17 on page 9.
At times, my functions require active operational participation rather than ceremonial and administrative oversight, which included serious and violent crime.
Can I just ask, when you say my functions, do you mean as the component head at the time?
Yes. Sometimes I'm needed to go down there if there is shooting and go and attend with them the scene and give investigative support.
You may continue. I think at paragraph 18, you highlight one investigation that you were involved in. You can deal with that briefly.
Yeah, on this one, I just gave an highlight that there was a period whereby the miners, more especially who were working at the smelt house, were killing the shift boss, those who were stopping them and managers from going out with this, we call them amalgam, because it's already served from there. Then they just put them in this, these police socks, and then and fasten them and put another one and fasten. Then they put them around their waist. So if the shift boss was so strict and other securities, so they started taking them out. So it started in lieu of coming towards Western area and back to Driefontein. That time now is called Sibanye Water. So, and these guys, because there were no arrests, they started doing this. So I collected all the dockets and started the investigation backwards, and then we managed to arrest a team full of these people working at the mines. Because you'll see, all of them, they were having cars. All of them, they were staying in suburbs and whatsoever. But so we managed to have a breakthrough on it.
Then if I could ask you, from paragraph 19, 20, 21, and 22, are you speaking about a role prior to your role as component head in those paragraphs? Because if you are, I think that it's not entirely relevant to what we're dealing with, but if you want to maybe summarize it or just have it be noted for the record.
Yeah, it was just, it's what it is there on my CV, trying to show the job I have done before. Like here, I was still a branch commander in Randfontein. Then there were problems with particular suburb where there was a lot of killing, and it was towards Christmas, and because of drugs and so forth. So my team, we went there, took the old dockets, went through them, and we managed to get warrant of arrest on the old ones, and then we worked backwards on the new ones, and the whole criminal grouping was rounded, arrested, drugs found, no bail, and people had a nice Christmas in Tukom's Rest for the first time.
I think you can just summarize it in paragraph 21, really summarizes it.
Yeah, in 21, here is where I was a district detective coordinator for District West Rand before I went to be the provincial commander of Gauteng priority crime investigation, where I was responsible for anti-corruption investigation, SASA fraud, truck jackings, gang-related organized crime, political killings, and illicit cigarette syndicates. And also there we've been successful in dealing with truck hijacking. More arrests were made there. And also they took us over to incorporate the taxi violence in what we were doing.
Can I then ask you if we can go to paragraph 28 on page 12, which deals with your role as the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection. When were you acting in that role?
Yeah, it was during 2021 when the late General Ndlovu went on pension. So I was acting on his position for 11 months as a acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection. And my work was involving strategic planning for provincial crime detection, management of all the components within the directorate, oversight, investigative source allocation, operational coordination between specialized units, and performance of monitoring and investigative work. So until
sorry, General, before you go past that paragraph, I'm interested in 28.2. This would have been Gauteng, so the province that you're referring to is Gauteng in 2021.
Yes.
And 28.2, management of all detective components. What does that mean?
Yes.
What does that entail?
Where I say...
On page 12, paragraph 28.2, your involvement as...
manage all the detective components. So the crime detection as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for crime detection. Under that directorate, there is components like serious and violent crime, anti-corruption, crime scene, and criminal record. And then there is crime intelligence head also who is reporting there. And also there's crime investigation services. And then there is stock theft. And so all those components are managed by the DPC, crime detection.
So it wasn't limited to organized crime?
No, it's all the components, including the organized crime. So all the components were reported under the Deputy Provincial Commissioner.
Okay. Then I think you can go to page 13, paragraph 30. This is now in your capacity as the acting component head and presently Major General Component Head. This is the position that you were in before, the permanent position before February 2026 when you were suspended.
Thank you, Commissioners. During December 2023, the Divisional Commissioner together with the DNC approached me and asked if I'm interested to come and act at the component, because at that time the component was not having a national head organized crime because it was held by General Sivia, who was promoted to be the DNC. And I worked in that component when it was started with General Sintumule. So the people there were brigadiers there who were acting in rotation, but they indicated to me they don't get joy or see any improvement since they are acting. So they approached my provincial commissioner, who was the Lieutenant General Mawela, and he agreed, and a letter was drafted, and I was appointed as the acting from the 18th of December 2023. We didn't attach the letter, but I'm having it if it is needed to be put in as an annex. So I worked there until 2024, May the 1st, when I was promoted to Major General as the permanent component head. And I outlined them the works which I'm doing as a component head. Should I read them or can I pass?
I think paragraph 31, we'll take note of the sub-paragraphs in 30. You can maybe deal with 31.
I can deal with 31?
Yes, onwards.
I must start from 30.1?
No, 31.
31.
At the foot of page 13.
Okay. Directing disruptive operation against organized criminal networks.
Sorry, General, what does that mean? What does disruptive operations mean?
Yeah, the disruptive operations mean the operations. Remember, organized crime mostly deals with project investigation, which takes longer. So sometimes when you want to know, for example, we are having you as a target, but we don't have enough now. We put an agent, but we can't get to you. What do? We can do a disruptive operation based on to say, yeah, she might be selling drugs, and then we go and get a search warrant, and then we search as if we're searching for the warrant, but actually we want to get to know you and to gather more information about you and the vehicles you are having there, so that we know what you are going to survey, because you are sophisticated, so that our agent cannot infiltrate you, or else maybe he will be or she will be the one who is friendly with you during the operation. Our others of us will be so rude with you and whatsoever, and we search, we get whatever we get, and then we can get even your post, and then we will use it later. So those are the strategies. For example, or we know there is drugs sold there, we'll go and get a search warrant, and then we go and search in order to get the drugs. Or we apply for Section 252A, we come and search and arrest. That is where it's a straightforward, we can't get to you. We can just do that. Maybe you are just a street seller or whatever. So it will be a waste of time to register a project. When we register a project, maybe we could have arrested you, got information from you, where are you buying, then put our agent to go with you to go and buy. And then so that you get trust from that particular person, then he can, without you, buy in bulk. Because if you just go by 10 rand, it becomes difficult for us to also institute Poker Act on you, because it is so small, what you are selling.
Can you just look at paragraph 31? Is it not meant to be the last paragraph, sub-paragraph of 30? Because it just starts from nowhere and basically ends nowhere. Is it not meant to be one of your functions as acting component head?
In other words, shouldn't it be 30.10?
30.10.
It is meant to be 30.10. So it is part of your functions. It's part of 30. That's what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to change it because it will disturb your other paragraphs, just for our noting.
All right. No, thanks, Commissioner.
Now, when you say in that paragraph, directing disruptive operations against organized criminal networks, how involved are you in that process in order to direct it? Would you have to have knowledge of the organized crime networks? Who's giving you that information?
When I said this, on the same page, 31.
Correct, yes. So the 31 that it currently is, you say part of your functions in your capacity included directing disruptive operations against organized criminal networks. So I'm asking you about those organized criminal networks. You would have to have knowledge of organized criminal networks in order to be in charge of directing the disruptive operations. So can you just give us an indication, so just an example of, you gave the example of the drug, so you would have to have intimate knowledge about those organizations or those networks. And where are you getting that information from?
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. As I've indicated, organized crime, we've got provincials and one at head office. So what happens is, in their districts, each district is having the DOCS, the District Organized Crime Secretariat. So that comes from those stations. So remember, the OCTA process deals with geographic approach and this unconventional approach. So when there is prevalence of a certain crime happening in a station precinct and they can't deal with it, and they can't identify even the market where these commodities which are stolen, they are going. And maybe they arrested one person once and whatever. So they will have to escalate this to register an inquiry file, a threat file. And then it will be discussed at the district, at the DOCS meeting, where they will decide to say, no, let's get a multidisciplinary team, investigators, crime intelligence, and whatsoever. Then they follow. They will go and get all the reported cases and do the crime pattern analysis, the crime threat analysis, and then they come together to say, this fits to be a project. They will register a pre-project and then start looking for these people. So that is where the networks are identified. It starts by the prevalence of reported cases in a precinct. And they are unable to deal with it geographically. Even if they post to those hotspots, still it persists. It moves to, they just displace it in the same precinct and nobody's been arrested, but the cars goes every day. So then we will decide to say, okay, this might be a project. And then we arrested this one, we don't know where they are taking, then maybe this one gave us information to say the guy who is buying these cars is this one, is dismantling it and selling parts. These ones are taken to Mozambique, these ones are taken where. And then they are paid how much. So that is the information which must be verified by counterintelligence and intelligence gatherers. So to identify the network, each province, based on threat analysis, on the reported crime, they identify who is the active role players involved in these crimes. Then, meaning you identified your networks, then you are managing to profile and see who's working with this and that and that. Then you go deeper, you profile them. What regarding their their finances and assets and whatsoever? How do they live? Do they fit the criteria that they can afford this thing? Then they become target. We identify, oh, this network works with this and that and that and that. That is why when we meet, I'm able to ask them, why is there no project registered in Northwest for this commodity? Because there is extortion at the mines there. Why do we don't have it? Then in Gauteng, we are having groupings doing illegal mining. Who is the kingpin and where are they taking it? So crime intelligence must come on board and look into that then and report and register a network or an inquiry and work with the detectives. Then identify the person to reach the stage where we can say we are going to buy that gold, or the gold will be in bulk with them when we can go and arrest.
Be careful not to disclose your strategies to those criminals.
Okay.
I think let's just stick to your evidence insofar as it is relevant to this
Yes.
committee. I'm worried that you are telling them what your plans are and they'll be ahead of you.
Yes. But they already know. They already know because you make an operational plan already, you see it on the social media before you go and operate. So, so they already know. But yeah, they can know, but as long as they don't know when and how.
Chair, is this a convenient time to take the tea adjournment?
I am being directed that we should come back at 20 past. Let's adjourn until 20 past.
All right, it's 19 minutes past. We are ready to resume. Please make sure your phones are off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, can we then, we were at paragraph 32 where you were talking about the functions require ongoing interaction with intelligence structures, investigative task teams, and national law enforcement stakeholders. Can we then deal at paragraph 35 with your involvement in matters referenced before the Commission, where you say this must be understood within the context of, and then you address the context. Can you just deal with that? I'm at 35 on page 14.
There's a voice we are hearing. And sorry, the gentleman to my right, it seems to come from your direction or not?
No, it's from this speaker.
It's what, General?
It's talking from this speaker on the right. It seems it is repeating what the advocate was talking about.
Sorry, the gentleman to my right, it seems to come from your direction or not? Let's...
Talking from this speaker on the right. It seems it is repeating what the advocate was talking about.
Please come here. We are told that someone is connected to a phone or to a laptop and that that's what's coming through. May we just take a short adjournment and we'll come back when we are told everything is fine. And may it be tested somehow. Thank you.
I don't know. Can you hear it there? I'm not connected to it.
This one. It talks after. You don't pick up it. Yeah, like you see, you're watching two TVs. The other one comes first, this one comes later. See. Shh. Or it's recording.
I think it's your phone.
My phone is. This one is off. It's on. It's not recording anything. Like you see, you're watching two TVs. The other one comes first.
General. Testing 1, 2. We are testing 1, 2. Testing.
They are all off. They are all off.
All right, just the final check that everything is good. 1, 2. Testing. Testing that all is good.
General.
All right, it was a false alarm. We are ready to resume. Thank you.
General, we now know who the culprit was.
My apologies, Commission.
And apologies to the gentleman to my right.
I already apologized.
Thank you, Chair.
Sigels Nube.
General, we were at paragraph 35 on page 14. Do you want to address, because this is where you start talking about events that transpired from the time that General Mkhwanazi made his press statement. So from 35, if you can address that.
Yeah. Page 35, I indicate that my involvement in the matters reference before the Commission must therefore be understood within the context of long outstanding operational policing responsibility, lawful engagement with investigative sources, command oversight of complex investigation, and institutional obligation to combat organized crime.
Sorry, General, before you proceed, 35.2, what do you mean by investigative sources?
Investigative sources refers to community sources who can provide information or registered informers who can, and also physical evidence obtained from the scenes which can provide information to lead to the crime.
But when you say lawful engagement with investigative sources, do you mean informants, lawful engagement with informants?
That's informants and also crime intelligence included.
Okay, thank you.
Any interaction or knowledge contributed to me arose within the professional duties and operational mandate. I am presently on suspension arising from the administrative process described above. The sequence of events demonstrate that this outcome did not occur in isolation but followed a progressive development of adverse perception concerning my role. In July 2025, Major, supposed to say Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, not Major. Yes. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made a public statement in which The reference were made of members arrested for drug trafficking during 2021 who were said to have been attached to head office organized crime. That statement created inference that the organized crime environment under my command was implicated in wrongdoing. However, at the time of the arrest in question, I was serving as the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection in Gauteng and was not occupying the position later associated with those allegations.
General, at the risk of asking you to elaborate, what are you talking about when you say the 2021 drug trafficking issue?
I'm referring to the statement made by witnesses here to say there were members of the South African Police Service who were arrested with a big consignment of drugs in Al Road in Johannesburg in 2021. And it was said those members, 3 of them were from head office. 2 were from dog unit and 1 was attached to organized crime investigation. So I want to clarify that indeed that statement was incorrect, that the members were from organized crime. That member was arrested there with the traffic officer and other members. It was only 1 member attached to serious and violent crime head office, not organized crime. And further, I would like to state that during the arrest, because the information came with General Khan following the consignment from Devon, they wanted to intercept it in Germiston, but they couldn't until it reaches the factory in Al Road. When they arrived at the scene, those police officers already offloaded the drugs from the truck to their police van and they were about to leave. The owner closed the gate. General Khan summoned investigators from DPCI and General Kadwa arrived with his team. When they were busy processing the scene, the superintendent from the National Traffic, namely Mashaba, called the Provincial Commissioner, claiming that they were tracing this truck and they wanted to arrest the suspect. Now they have been arrested. And that time it happened, I was with the Provincial Commissioner and the Deputy Provincial Commissioner at Pretoria Mode Police Station where we were launching the vaccination station. Then the PC was on sick leave, he came for that event. And he gave the phone to General Mtombeni, who was the acting GPC. General Mtombeni gave me the phone and said, this is Detective Matter, deal with it. After listening to it, I said, who is at the scene? Then I was told General Kadwa is there. I phoned General Kadwa, who explained to me, no, we are going to arrest these people. They were stealing the drugs. And they end up being arrested. And this guy kept on phoning. I even phoned General Kadwa to say, hey, you are suspect, take away the phone. He's bothering us here. So after that, when their case was withdrawn, they opened a counter case of defeating the ends against General Kadwa Kana and the people who were there from DPCI. That is when the General Khan was charged departmentally and General Kadwa and Sukhobel. Then I was also cited as one who didn't want to take the instruction of General Mawela to go and visit the scene so that they can be released. So IPD, when doing investigation, they came to take my statement, and I explained I didn't have any business. That was mandate of DPCI, and the DPCI was making arrests, and the people were arrested. So I was trying to demonstrate here that inference that he was from organized crime, head office, is incorrect. He is from serious and violent crime, head office. And that time I was still in Gauteng. So because I see this thing attempts to want to link me with those wrongdoings of that. Because my name further is mentioned, and it will be the same organized crime I'm running, which always is found to be in the wrong side. So hence, I wanted to clarify it to the commission.
Yeah, I'm not clarified on it because you say the statement created the inference that the organized crime environment under my command was implicated in wrongdoing. However, at the time of the arrest in question, I was serving as the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection in Gauteng. So, but then you said that the member was from serious and violent crime, right?
Yes.
So, under which division, under who did the member fall under as serious and violent crime?
Serious and violent crime is a component within the Division Detective Service under General Motsepe.
Under General Motsepe?
Yes.
Okay. So why didn't you say in the statement that the member was actually from serious and violent crime, not from organized crime? You don't focus on the member here. That's what I'm struggling with.
Okay, I think, yeah, because also I wanted to attach the SAPS 92, which I have as an example to show where you worked.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that the statement should have just said the member that's implicated is not from organized crime, the member was from serious and violent crime. But you don't say that, you're rather saying that there mustn't be any implication relating to you because you weren't in charge of organized crime at the time.
Yeah, I think mistake was made when we were editing the written one because there I indicated that.
Okay.
I even attached the SAP 96 as evidence.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm not sure if it was sent also as attachment, that SAPS 6 of that particular member.
I'm not sure that we've received it, but we'll have a look at it. It's just I wanted clarity on that aspect. It's fine. We can proceed.
Yeah, I'm having it. We can produce it later.
Sir, before you proceed, General, you say the statement created the inference that organized crime under your control or command was implicated in wrongdoing. The statement itself, did it mention you by name?
No. It mentioned, when that was mentioned, it was further mentioned that a senior officer, the general from head office at organized crime, also called the members who were investigating that particular case of Armand Swart. Coincidental also is from head office. So everything in that organized crime office whatsoever. So I wanted to make distinction to say this one is not from organized crime. It's from serious and violent, and it cannot be linked into what is linking me with what I've done during the course of my work and whatsoever, of which I will explain it later as to what happened and why people were called to my office. Because out there, it will seem I'm running a team of corrupt cops who go out to get this wrong, to do these wrong activities.
Thank you, General.
Including myself.
Yes. No, thank you. You have explained or answered my question at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. General, then you can continue with 38.
Following the public statement and in the months Thereafter, further adverse reference emerged with public discourse and parliamentary forums. This reference contributed to the development of a narrative suggesting misconduct and gross wrongdoing on my part, notwithstanding the absence of any prior disciplinary finding or investigative conclusion implicating me. Only several months later, during January and February, internal administrative processes were initiated. These included my transfer to gender-based violent component, but it was supposed to read desk, not component. The issuing of the notice intended suspension, the submission of my representation, and ultimately confirmation of my suspension as attached as Annexa RSA. I respectfully record that the information and incorrect public impression that proceeds.
Misinformation?
The misinformation and incorrect public impression that preceded these administrative steps materially contributed to unfortunate situation in which I found myself, namely being placed on suspension, notwithstanding long-standing service record or consistent effort to combat organized criminal syndicate. I regret that misinformation and mischaracterization placed into the public domain appear to have contributed to this unfortunate situation. I place this explanation before the Commission so that the full sequence of events may be properly understood with correct factual context.
Then you move on, General, to deal with the referrals that were made by the Commission, which you refer to as referrals made by the Commission to the task team investigation. That's at paragraph 41, starts at paragraph 41.
In the course of its proceeding, the Commission resolved to refer certain matters, including those relating to me, for investigation by a designated task team. And I understand this referral form part of the Commission's program.
Perhaps for accuracy, our referrals were to the SAPS leadership, directed to the National Commissioner. The task team is a creation of the President. Do you follow me, General? Your heading is not accurate. But that will not affect, I guess, it should not affect the substance of what you are going to discuss. I just wanted this to be accurate. So I'm saying our referral was to the National Commissioner of SAPS, not to the task team. The task team is a creation of the President. Do you follow me? Do you follow what I'm saying, General?
No, I understand.
Thank you.
That the referral was to the National Commissioner, and the National Commissioner formed the team based on the referral.
Yeah, that is why I prefaced it by saying what you call a referral to the task team, but it wasn't the Commission's referral to the task team.
Or was it a recommendation?
I'm being corrected that the task team was a creation of the National Commissioner, not of the President.
Yes.
Correct.
So I guess I did not follow what happened from the media. I did not follow what exactly happened as to the creation of the task team. But anyway, the point of substance is the task team is not our creation. Thank you.
General, so that is why I prefaced it by saying you refer to it as referrals made by the Commission to the task team. And Chair's point is that the Commission didn't make any referrals to the task team. The referrals were made to the National Commissioner, and the task team is a creation of the National Commissioner. Yeah. But it need not detain us for purposes of your evidence. because the correct position will be reflected. But you can read what you understood it to be.
Yeah, no, we will rephrase.
No,
Because
it's no need, General. You just read it as it says in your statement. You've been corrected, and that's fine.
Okay,
Nothing turns on it.
all right. Should I continue?
Yes, please.
I understand this referral to form part of Commission's broader mandate to ensure that allegations raised during the inquiry are independently assessed through appropriate investigative structure. I wish to record that the referral itself does not constitute a finding of wrongdoing against me, but rather reflects procedural steps by the Commission to allow further investigation of issues raised in testimony and public discourse. Nonetheless, the existence of the referral has contributed to the continuation of adverse perception regarding my conduct and has formed part of the consequence of events that culminated in my current suspension. I will cooperate fully with the all process arising from the referral, remain prepared to assist any investigative body so that the matter may be objectively assessed and resolved on the basis of verified facts rather than allegation or speculation. I respectfully place this context before the Commission to demonstrate how the accumulation of public allegation, institutional responses, and investigative referrals has led to the present situation, notwithstanding the absence of any proven misconduct on my part. I now proceed to address in the section that follow each question posed in the summons during with the systemic and the sequence which they arise.
Yes, so the first is you are addressing the issue of whether criminal syndicates have infiltrated or exerted undue influence of law enforcement agencies, including SAPS, JMPD, EMPD, TMPD, NPA, SSA, and or any other matters related thereto. And you say that this is based on your personal experience, professional exposure, and information. You may proceed. 45.
Thank you. I'm able to respond to this question only to the extent of my personal experience, professional exposure, information that came to my attention in the execution of my official duties. As a serving member of the South African Police Service, my direct knowledge primarily relates to the matters encountered within SAP's operation and investigation. Accordingly, any observation I make concerning the other institutions or agencies are limited to information that became known to me through operational interaction, intelligence briefings, and investigation in the South African Police Service was involved, in which South African Police Service was involved. To the extent that the question relates to institutions outside my direct mandate or personal knowledge, my response is necessarily limited to I do not purport to make findings beyond my own experience or awareness. Right, coming...
Sorry, General, just before we deal with that, at paragraph 45, so on page 18, where it starts, as a serving member of the South African Police Service, my direct knowledge primarily relates to matters encountered with SAPS operations and investigations. When you say primarily, does it mean that you also have information about infiltration in your personal capacity, not necessarily only in your capacity as a SAPS official? Because you say primarily, you mean solely?
Which I was involved myself.
Yes.
Which I experienced myself. Yes.
But is that only as a police officer in your official capacity, or would you have encountered it in your personal capacity, in your person?
In my official capacity.
Okay. I'm just asking because you use the word primarily, which suggests that there's an aspect of it that may not just be about your official capacity. So if you said solely, then I would understand you mean you gather that information only because you are a SAPS official. But if you say primarily, it suggests that maybe from a personal point of view, you also have that knowledge. I just want to clarify it in case it becomes an issue later.
Yeah, it's the English from the village. This is the problem.
Well, I'm giving you an opportunity to clarify it so that it doesn't become an issue when we cross-examine you. So that is why I want to know from you whether you are saying solely because of my role as a police officer and the word primarily is incorrect, or are you saying that there were personal circumstances or personal interactions that I had, not as a police officer necessarily, where I saw or witnessed infiltration?
No, it's what was official when doing my work.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Accordingly, my observation...
You've read that already, don't take us back.
Okay.
You're now
Okay.
at the heading Infiltration of Law
47.
Enforcement by Criminal Syndicates, paragraph 47.
Infiltration of law enforcement by criminal syndicate. I am requested to state whether criminal syndicates have infiltrated or exerted undue influence within the law enforcement agencies, including SAPS, JMPD, TMPD, the NPA, and the State Secret Agency or related entities. Based on my experience in the execution of my official duties, intelligence received from registered sources, crime intelligence reports, information derived from investigated case docket, community intelligence structure, it is my considered professional view that in some instances, criminal syndicates have infiltrated or exerted influence within the law enforcement structure. The phenomenon is not...
Sorry, General, just again, clarification. Why do you use the word registered sources and in bracket informers? Are there sources that are not registered?
Yes. There are sources who does not want to be registered because they say no, sometimes they don't want to be exposed because it happened before. They do this in sense of duty. They don't even want remuneration. They are part of fighting crime and so forth. So there are those who will phone. Others is because maybe they are angry against somebody. Others is law-abiding citizen, not wanting what is happening in their environment. Others are competitors who want to eliminate one from there so that they can have the monopoly of dealing with whatever they are dealing alone.
Okay, so when you say, based on my experience in the execution of my official duties, intelligence received from registered sources, you are then not including intelligence that you would receive from people who don't want to be registered but are still informers of?
Yes, registered sources, they will have a polyphene number as registered informers.
Okay, so there'll be an official some official recording somewhere that they are an informer.
Yes, and we remunerate them for information provided.
So if you're getting information from somebody who's not registered, you don't give that any weight, or?
No, we will ask if you don't want to be registered, if you want to be registered or you want to be rewarded for your information, and then we need to register you. Because we register you, there must be documentation to show where the money comes from, where it must be audited. And then we'll give you a polyphene number, which finance will pay to that particular polyphene number. Nowadays, you can even give us your bank number, we can deposit it into your bank account. No longer coming with the cash to give to you like before we do it.
Okay. You may proceed. 49.
The phenomenon is not recent, isolated, or incidental. It has manifested repeatedly over sustained period of evolving threat to institutional integrity that has endured over time, has occurred through compromise of individual members. The phenomenon has manifested in offense, including but not limited to the following offenses: drug trafficking, taxi-related violence, gang-related violence, kidnapping for ransom, extortion, including the tender-related extortion, fraud and corruption. In some instances...
Sorry, General, can I just ask, would you include illegal mining there?
Yeah, illegal mining also should be here, because I even have an example of illegal mining to show that this happens. So maybe it's an omission.
No, it's not an omission. I see you say, but not limited to. I just want to know if we could include it.
Yeah,
So-
we could include it.
Okay, 51.
In some instances, members of law enforcement have acted in concert with criminal groupings by leaking information, manipulating investigation, and abusing the authority. Witnesses are identified by law enforcement and their identities provided to the syndicate. As a result, they are killed, intimidated, and some investigating officers are attacked. In court cases end up struck from court rolls as investigation becomes stagnant, resulting in some of the matters being withdrawn. These activities have resulted in some compromised investigation, intimidating of investigators, failed prosecution, and erosion of public trust. I have encountered such instances during my investigation, including in the following case. By the way of illustration, Hammanskraal case 181 of 6/2018, supposed to be 2013, it's a typo, which concerned the murder of Major General Maswanganya. I served as the lead investigator. The deceased was an off-duty police general, District Commissioner of Johannesburg District at the time. He had adopted a zero-tolerance approach to corruption, and he had sustained enforcement operation targeting prostitution networks, drugs trafficking operations, illegal cigarette smuggling within his jurisdiction. Intelligence gathered during the investigation indicated that organized crime syndicate operating in collaboration with compromised individuals within the law enforcement structure perceived him as a significant threat to their criminal enterprise. As a result, contract killers were allegedly engaged to eliminate him. Following the arrest of the perpetrators, the investigation team received credible threats linked to the same criminal networks. Due to the seriousness of the threats, members of the investigative team were required to operate from a safe house under protection measures to safeguard their lives and to ensure the integrity and successful prosecution on the matter. The accused person who were ultimately arrested, convicted, and sentenced in that matter included, inter alia, a serving police officer, a registered police informant, a reservist member of the South African Defence Force. During the course of the trial proceedings, bomb threats were made against the court. Furthermore, certain occasions, information discussed during the internal police briefing was subsequently reflected in the conduct in line with questioning adopted by the defense, giving rise to a reasonable concern that sensitive operational information may have been disclosed or compromised. This development enforced the need for heightened security measures and strict compartmentalization of investigative information, including placement of investigating team in the safe house. The second case as illustration is Pulukwani case 70 of 11/2020. The investigation concerned proliferation of tender-related fraud offenses committed at the Lepille Water in Limpopo, that big water project. The alleged irregularities involved repeated procurement misconduct, diversion of public funds through service providers and contractors. The scale and persistent irregularities attracted national attention. As a result, the Minister of Waters and Sanitation, Mrs. Lindiwe Sisulu, approached the Minister of Police at the time, who was Minister Qela, requesting intervention in order to address these criminal affected the water utility. Following that request, intervention, members of Gauteng Crime Intelligence, which was led by Brigadier Modise, were tasked to take over the investigation and advance the investigation. Decision to deploy organized crime Gauteng members was operational in nature, aimed at ensuring independence, capacity, integrity in the investigation. Upon assumption of the investigation progress was made in identifying suspects and blocking payments suspected to be linked to the fraudulent contractors. Arrests were effected in connection with the tender related. As enforcement measures intensified and payments blocked, the matter escalated significantly. Intelligence and investigative findings revealed that individuals believed to be central beneficiaries of the tender scheme allegedly orchestrated the kidnapping of the acting Chief Executive Officer of the Lepille Water. The purpose of the kidnapping was to coerce the acting CEO to authorize payments of previous blocked funds and secure ransom payment. An amount of 2.9 million was ultimately paid under duress, and the providers of the association were with allegedly fraudulent contracts. Subsequent investigation led to the arrest of individuals connected to the kidnapping and tender. Among those implicated was two police sergeants who were allegedly involved in the criminal conduct. One of the police fled and was later reported as deceased, but the other one was arrested. The matter is on court roll at Polokwane High Court as we speak. It illustrates the operational reality that criminal enterprise may exploit and recruit members within law enforcement to facilitate.
No, sorry, General, you skipped a very important paragraph, 67.
Okay.
I don't think intentionally, but you did.
The Lepille, sorry, Commissioner. The Lepille matter demonstrated how organized criminal syndicate, once financially entrenched within public procurement system, may escalate from financial manipulation to violent coercion when confronted with enforcement action. It is further illustrated that the operational reality that criminal enterprises may exploit and recruit members within law enforcement to facilitate, protect fraudulent activities, thereby enforcing the broader pattern of infiltration described above. The matter underscores that infiltration with enforcement structure is confined to information leakage by extent to active participation in serious organized crime, including kidnapping, coercing, linked to public sector procurement. In the taxi violence investigation, there have been instances where police officials were implicated in acting in consent with rival taxi association. In certain matters investigated with Gauteng province, police were arrested for murder and having hired as hitmen in further of tax-related conflicts. Number one, Sergeant Tulani Madida was arrested and prosecuted, subsequently convicted in connection with this offense, is saving life. Sergeant Arnold Magaga was likewise arrested, prosecuted, convicted with murder charges arising from taxi violence, also serving life sentence. Sergeant Shongwe was also arrested, prosecuted in relation with similar offenses. All the above mentioned officials were sentenced substantial terms of imprisonment, currently serving their respective sentences. The matters occurred in Gauteng were investigated by Taxi Violence Unit. They demonstrate that certain environments, infiltration extend beyond passive compromise, may involve active participation by serving officials who in serious crime linked to the organized criminal syndicate.
Before you go on, what do you mean by passive compromise? So you say it extends beyond passive compromise and may involve active participation. What is passive compromise?
Yeah, passive compromise, I wanted to refer to where they are not literally participating or actively participating in the commission of crime, but being those who are facilitating the commission of the crime. Here, they physically went there to shoot people themselves. So they acted themselves, being instrumental in the commission, not as a conduit to the commission.
Just give me an example of that, of a passive compromise. As opposed to active participation.
As a passive
compromise.
Compromise, right. I know that Sergeant Shibiri is the one who's having the two murder cases of the gangster Mr. Oomslech, for example. So, and then I know who is the witnesses who are going to testify. Then I inform Oomslech, and then Oomslech is inside, but he arranges his people outside to eliminate the two witnesses so that there mustn't be a case in court. No witness, then he goes scot-free.
Thank you.
Unlike Oomslech send the police to go and kill the witness.
Understood, thank you.
Yeah.
76 on page 25.
In relation to aiding of arrested suspect in custody to escape, an example here is given of Northwest Province involving illegal mining kingpin who was arrested and allegedly led by the police to run away. And 4 police officers were arrested in connection with this, and the matter is court going. So I think this one was also on the news. So that shows even syndicates who are running this illegal mining, they infiltrate the members, and they are sometimes escorted with the gold concentrate, which when they are taking it from underground where they are placing it until they take them to the buyers and so forth. Or sometimes they are the buyers. And when they are arrested, they are able to pay their way out, and there are people working with.
You mean they are escorted by the police?
Yeah, he was arrested by the police and went out with the police. And he never came back. And later on it was understood that is the main kingpin who was given problem there in Stelfontein. Commissioner will remember when the police came to there and there were an operation of extracting them from underground and so forth. So one of the main kingpin was arrested, and the police let him go, and we didn't yet find him now, but they are charged. and I think it's a Lesotho national.
Thank you. 77.
The examples demonstrate that infiltration, where it occurs, is operational and individual in nature rather than institutional capture. That is my observation.
Then the next topic is the nature, extent, and consequences of infiltration and undue influence. Page 25, paragraph 78.
Maybe before you do that, General, if you would just explain what you consider to be institutional capture, what would constitute that?
Institutional capture, it will involve, let's say, for example, a division like ours. Then the senior management, they are the one who are working with these criminals and then giving instruction as to what must happen and monitoring what is happening. If there is a case against that particular person, because they are in a way criminally contracted to them, then they will have to act and ensuring that nothing happens from that case. So, meaning those who are downwards, involuntarily forced to collude by the top management because the hierarchy is captured. And then they capture the ones who are under them and going down like that. So it is like an orchestrated, it's a syndicate within the system created by syndicate outside. Because the way they will start living, it will be like, it is normal what is done. That this one, there will be a case, then he can phone me, and then me, I phone somebody down there, and then until the command that this case, it doesn't go anywhere.
And should we understand your paragraph 77 to mean there is no institutional capture? You making a positive statement like that, or are you qualifying it to say, in your experience and observations, your view is there is no, you don't have experience of institutional capture without meaning there isn't? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I don't have experience of institutional capture, but my experience is individuals have been captured. They can form group of two or whatsoever, working in different ways. For example, mostly this happens like this, highway patrol people, and then, or dog unit, working with certain detectives or crime intelligence who got knowledge to say, there is truck coming with a lot of copper from Zambia. And then they will monitor it is passing Mudimule or whatever. They will stop it somewhere and take it, and then they will take the copper. Or this one is carrying lots of money, and this one has got cigarettes where and whatsoever. So they will go together and make as if it's an operation and take it. Sometimes they are sent by one of the syndicate who is working with them. Because he's greedy, he sees now they share too much. There are men who are sharing. So we want to minimize. Then he gets two of his police officers to go and stop and take. He knows where they are sold, and then he will come and pay them. So it becomes a syndicate to operating like that.
All right, I understand your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, General. The next topic, the nature, extent, and consequences of infiltration and undue influence, paragraph 78.
Based on my operational experience, investigative exposure, and intelligence received during the execution of my duties, the infiltration and undue influence of law enforcement institutions by critical syndicate manifest in identifiable patterns. The nature of such infiltration is seldom overt It is typical occurs through gradual compromise of individuals, process rather than formal institutional capture. My experience and criminal syndicate seek to influence law enforcement through the following. They recruit or cultivate of individual members within the law enforcement. They use informants, intermediaries, or associates to obtain privileged information. Attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, court officials, and forensic personnel. Monitoring and surveillance of investigators and witnesses. Intimidation, threat, violence directed at investigators and their families. Manipulation of investigative timelines, forensic process, bail proceedings. Utilization of saving for former law enforcement officials to advance criminal enterprise. Lastly, in several investigations referred in these statements, syndicates demonstrated knowledge in investigative steps, court process, operational deployment, which could only reasonably be obtained from internal compromise or unlawful disclosure. From my experience, the phenomenon is neither isolated or confined to a single unit, province, category of crime. The pattern has presented itself across multiple operational environments, including organized crime investigation, taxi violence, tender-related corruption, illegal mining activities, high-profile murder investigation.
Sorry, General, I just want to take you back to two issues that I want you to clarify. On page 25, paragraph 79, I didn't want to interrupt you. You say the nature of such infiltration is seldom overt. It typically occurs through gradual compromise of individuals and processes rather than formal institutional capture. Give me an example of gradual compromise of an individual.
Yeah. Gradual compromise, like you are guarding somewhere, they want to go there, or then they come and propose to you that we give you so much, can you let us pass and go there? Then you accede to that request, and they give you bribe, they pass.
That's how it starts, and they continuously do that, or how does it progress?
Yeah, then they will become used to you. Even if they don't want to enter somewhere, they can give you something. And then sometimes they can phone you and say, we are sending somebody, let him pass. Then when you come back, he will give you something.
Can you give me an example within your environment, in the investigation detective environment, how one would gradually compromise an investigator, for example?
I don't quite see the gradual in the examples you gave. The people come there, they say, hey, I'm going to give you this, can you let me pass? And you give them that, and they let you pass. Boom, it has happened there instantaneously. I see nothing gradual. But
Okay.
Please respond to the question with particular focus on gradual.
Okay, let me give off one investigating officer investigating drug-related cases. Then somebody is arrested, he charges the person, he takes it to court. Then they say, make a plan for the first time, we'll give you how much. Then the investigator goes to the docket, removes the scale of the drugs. And the statement, number one, how they do it, you find the statement is written by somebody from the crime office, and then he just said, I found him in possession of nyaupe. knowingly there is no crime called nyaupe, possession of nyaupe, obviously it's not going to be enrolled. Instead of going back and correcting the statement before charging, because they gave him something, he take it to court knowing it is going to be withdrawn. And then one of the statements will indicate that, remember, you must have a reasonable suspicion to arrest somebody for possession. And you cannot go randomly and stop people and search and arrest them for possession of drugs. You must have reasonable suspicion to stop that person and search. And you must request consent first from that person. Even though the person refuses, the law says you can continue doing that because you got reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion cannot be a gut feeling. It will be maybe, for example, somebody told you there is somebody wearing a black suit at the corner is selling drugs to kids. And you see me at the corner, and then I move that other side, then you stop me, and then you say, I've got this information, and then I want to search you. You search me, and then you find the drugs. But the statement of the arresting officer is not clear. The investigator doesn't come and correct those things to say, I got information about this, I saw him, I stopped him, asked consent to search him, I searched him. I found something in a bag like a powder. I asked him, what is this? He said it's cocaine. And then I gave him his right and arrested him and confiscated the cocaine and took him to be arrested. The investigator knows he's going to be withdrawn. Then they will come and give him money, then he released. So it will be a pattern that this group, when they are arrested, they will call him, even if he's not on standby, to come and charge these people to release them because of those. Some they do even on assault. You know, they remove a J88 so that when the prosecutor sees the docket, statement is short, then it doesn't enroll. Then when it goes back, then the statement is in there. You go to the complainant, when you get the complaint, they say, no, it was given to the investigating officer, it was there in the docket. But when the docket got to the court, it was removed.
Okay, and then the next one that I want you to just expand on is page 2693.3. You say attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, court officials, or forensic personnel. Is that the full extent of the network of bribery? Is it just those people, or could it be any police officers? Because you're just focusing, page 26,
yeah.
79.3.
Oh.
You speak about bribery of investigators. So I wanted to find out from you, are you only aware of bribery of investigators in respect of specific matters? For example, that would make sense to me. But bribery of senior officials that the investigators would be reporting to?
Yeah, so, no, here I was talking about investigators, prosecutors, and court officials and forensic personnel. Senior officers here can be those who are on the payroll, who can manipulate the investigators to do something, but that forms a form of a coercion, because it's not easy to go down and say, you rather take the docket away from that investigator and give the other one, who you know you can control. So it's not easy like that. So usually the senior managers will deal with a senior manager in that particular space where this member might be reporting to. Because it's not easy for a senior member to go to a junior member and say, do this, can't do this. Because you are not relating. You are not, usually, even if we can go out now. You'll find a lot of prosecutors who knows me because I interacted a lot with them. I ran forums with them. Then you'll find out the branch commanders knows me, more especially in Gauteng, because I had weekly meetings with them, checking their performance and doing planning with them. But the members, I can know you by seeing you and even forget their names because I don't interact with them. So it's not easy. It's not easy because that is why they target the real people who are having the docket.
So they target the people who have the dockets, which are the investigators, but you saying that it's not easy for an investigator senior to say, I'm taking you off this case, if that senior has been bribed by the syndicate.
Yeah, I'm saying that that can be a possible situation whereby if always take myself. I know Colonel Brigadier Hanana in Western Cape. He reports to me. When there is something in Western Cape, I phone him to say, they said there is this case. Can you go and look into it or work on it? They said there is this case. That person have done 1, 2, 3, I don't trust him. Can you remove that docket and give to somebody? Then he will do that. Because whatever I will be saying, he doesn't know if I'm involved in anything. And I'm giving him a lawful instruction. Then he will comply.
Yeah, that's my point. It's not a difficult thing for a senior to say to an investigator, I'm taking you off this matter, go somewhere else. Go and investigate another matter.
But there must be a cause.
Yes, the bribe to the senior.
No, except the bribe. The bribe is there to the senior. The senior to tell that brigadier there must be a cause. Because it cannot be something that you just wake up and say somebody removed the docket. Like I received an email from the minister, from the portfolio committee to the minister, saying a certain docket must be removed from Cape Town to the national cold case. But when I read the docket, I didn't see any reason why it must come there. So I said, no, I've got a cold case investigators in Cape Town who are near Paarl. These ones, why would they investigate by flight every day? And they don't have informers there. And these people, they've already established a relation with the family and also have something. And there are people of interest working on them. I refused. I wrote a letter back to the National Commissioner to say, based on this reason, this docket won't come here. Instead, I will send the section head from cold case, which was under me that time, Brigadier Gininda, to go there and read the docket and check and give instruction. Every month he will go there and check the docket. Why must I bring the docket here? Whereas tomorrow, the second week, they will be complaining they never seen the investigator. So I'm just bringing another complaint to my office.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then 79.6
Sorry, before you leave 79.3, I just want to understand what you mean by court officials so that we don't leave it open-ended. You're not referring to judges and magistrates. Because you remember the section you're talking about infiltration, and you say the attempts to bribe investigators, prosecutors, and then you say court officials.
Yes.
Who are the court officials you are referring to?
Yeah. The court officials here, it will refer to even those who are working in court, like the court orderlies and clerks, but also including the magistrate, the presiding officer, even though it is not rife on them. Where it is rife is the prosecution and investigators because they work together. And we had a case of murder in Brown Mogotsi where I'm having, this is not yet finished. This lady is now about 6 years in witness protection, who was the investigating officer for anti-corruption, where we arrested a prosecutor and that prosecutor was working with investigating officers. So for magistrates, it is rare but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. So I didn't have much time to research in the whole, but there is where you'll find they were arrested, like, I can't remember, it was Free State or where, but it's a long time. But it happened. Prosecutors, yes, they get arrested sometimes with the anti-corruption.
Thank you.
General, you may, in answer to Commissioner Kumalo, have answered my question, but just let me ask it anyway. In that 79.3, you speak of attempts. You don't say actual bribes to investigators, prosecutors. The way you have framed it when you say attempts, my question was going to be, does it mean you're not aware of instances of actual bribes to investigators, prosecutors? And you, in your answer, you have spoken about a prosecutor who is being prosecuted.
Yeah, I said attempts because mostly they go through the investigators. Let me remember one case, I think. It was involving me. They went to the prosecutor. The prosecutor now, I think, is in South Gauteng, is an advocate. That time he was a regional court prosecutor in referrals. So it was an armed robbery case. I think Mr. Ian Small-Smith was the lawyer. They couldn't get bail. They came with new facts, and I was opposing the bail. Then they went to the prosecutor. The prosecutor referred them to me to work through me. Then I agreed. You said, okay, how much do you have? It's a long time ago. Then they promised 6,000. So our office, you go by steps upwards. So I said, you must come to my office then. You give me the money, I'll give you the docket. Then I put the docket in an envelope. It's only one way to go down. Then my colleagues were waiting for them down there. So after I took the money, they go down, they were arrested. And the prosecutor indicated that, no, I send him to him so that he can get arrested. Yeah.
All I was seeking to clarify, General, is 79. Investigators have been bribed because you speak of attempts. I don't know if you understand the distinction that I'm drawing. So you do have attempts, such as the case that you're describing where you were involved. There was an attempt and they were arrested. And what I'm seeking to clarify is, but you also have had cases where bribes were paid.
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. The one that I wanted to get clarification from is 79.1, where you speak of recruitment or cultivation, and the emphasis is on cultivation. What does that mean when you say cultivation of members?
Oh, cultivation means infiltration. You send somebody. You send somebody to the group. Befriend them, make as if he's working with them. You start this kind of shenanigans of coming with money, got it there, and then the whole team join. And then they start working with you.
So would it be cultivation, that concept of cultivation, can it also reflect in members of syndicates or even just criminals creating relationships with police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And when I say police, I mean across the board. So
yes.
they may choose to befriend you when in fact the goal
want
is
something.
is to corrupt you eventually.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, General. And then just the last one in your 79, 79.6, manipulation of investigative timelines. How does that occur?
Yeah, you see, here is where they keep on procrastinating to get certain statements in order to finalize the investigation. And the investigation now takes time, becomes stagnant, and we find the defense will say, I scrap this thing off the court roll because you are wasting our money, the state. Postpone, then they will withdraw the matter. And some witness, they will lose interest.
And then you also mentioned utilization of serving or former law enforcement officials to advance criminal enterprise objectives.
Is paragraph
79.7.
Yeah. Here is direct involvement where they recruit you because they know you, because of love of money or whatsoever. They send you to do certain things for them, they pay you. So they use them.
But how would former law enforcement officials help them infiltrate if they former law enforcement?
Yeah. Let's say I left the police today. I worked as a head of organized crime. I attended all the meetings, and when we see somebody from within who is still working,
Okay.
yeah. So again they see, okay, you are out, and how is your life? Are you? If you are miserable, it will be easy to be taken in. So law enforcement who's got experience and whatever, that is why when planning for these CITs, most of them, they are there. When you arrest, that is why you find them there, because they know. They know to time these things. They know when the radio starts, it will be what and what. What do they do?
Okay, thank you, General. Then you can continue at paragraph 81 on page 27.
The extent of problem reflected in instances where 7 police officers were arrested and convicted, implicated as participants in organized crime activity. Investigators required relocation to the safe house due to credible threat. Court proceedings were infiltrated by individuals linked to accused person for purpose of intimidation and monitoring. Investigative teams experienced persistent attempts to bribe and influence. Suspects were assisted to evade justice through insider facilitation. This experience demonstrates that infiltration operates at the level of individuals embedded with system rather than through formal institutional endorsement. The consequences of such infiltration are severe, far-reaching operational infiltration, compromise investigation, endangers investigators and witnesses, undermines prosecutorial process, creates fear with investigative team, enables organization crime to operate, increased confidence, erodes public trust in enforcement institution. In extreme cases, the consequences have included targeted killing of law enforcement officials, perceived as threat as to criminal enterprise, the need for investigators to operate under protection, sustained attempt to corrupt judicial outcome. The accumulative effect is not merely individual corruption, but institutional vulnerability, where organized crime, criminal group attempts to neutralize law enforcement capacity from within.
Thank you, General. Now we get to the specific allegations or implications against you. The first one is you address the nature of relationships and details of communication on WhatsApp or Signal with listed persons. And you start at 85.
Maybe before you do that, General, in your paragraph 81 rather, you don't mention among the instances where you say the problem is reflected, you give examples. You don't mention, and I would like to hear your comment about this. You don't mention, for example, loss of exhibits. We've had General Sinona testifying about the loss of drugs that were seized in a drug bust, and he was insistent in his testimony that it had to be an inside job. It had to be somebody who knew that place. So we've got a senior member of the police who says that. And on the second one, you can correct me if my facts are incorrect. I seem to recall that the Al Road drug bust also has issues about the drugs having been misplaced or something. I seem to recall that. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But also, as a member of the public, there's been who reads the media and listens to the news, there's been instances reported of exhibits that were under police control, having been lost through a break-in at a police station or where material is kept and gotten lost. The fact that you don't mention that, is it because you don't have that kind of experience? You don't consider that to be one of the issues?
Thank you, Commissioner. I know about them, but they are not under my environment. So hence I said I will talk about my experiences other than talking about something I heard and I don't have facts. Yeah.
But by virtue of your position, by virtue of being a member of the SAPS,
yes,
you are aware that there
I'm
are those
aware
kind of
that
reported
drugs,
cases.
drugs were stolen and whatsoever. And that one of Al Road, the drugs were not stolen. So the police wanted to take the drugs.
I see.
The other police came and arrested them.
Okay.
And then that is where the fight is.
Okay.
And then they said, no, we were doing our job, you came and arrested us, it's defeating the ends of justice. So hence they ended opened case against Khan and Kadwa and Brigadier Skove.
Okay. No, thank you for the correction.
So that one, I know of the ones in KZN where a lot was stolen somewhere in Pretoria. We also, my team went to intercept a drug consignment at the harbor there. But unfortunately, they couldn't get the suspect because they were tipped off. But there was a lot of drugs. What we did, we called forensic and we took the drugs back to Pretoria to the lab because we knew when you take it somewhere, it will get lost. So we made such a precaution. But even though a lot of people were not happy, to say you come to my province, you take this and you do this, you take them. Yeah, you stole the drugs. But the drugs were intact, were put on scales and whatsoever, and taken to the forensic where there is storage for that. Because even the National Commission, I remember once he approached us and said, can you come up with a legislature of disposal of these drugs, because in Brazil they are destroying them immediately before even the case end up at court. We said no, but we need to sit down with NPA because we can't do it alone, and find out a way to say where can we make a change, and say if we found such drugs, we remove some quantity, and then we test, and then we destroy the rest, because if we don't do though, they go back to the street again.
Thank you, General.
Signal on either my work or my personal cell phone. My primary means of communication are my subs issued cell phone and my personal cell phone, both of which they utilize WhatsApp. As stated in my response to the Commission Rule 10.6 notice, for the sake of completeness with regard to WhatsApp messages, I shall repeat my response hereby submit that on the 8th of February 2025, my Samsung Z Fold 5.
Please don't read the number into the record.
Was stolen at Loftus Stadium in Brooklyn, Pretoria, while attending a soccer match between Sundowns and Pirates, where my team lost.
Which one is that?
Do you suspect Pirates fans?
No, we lost together. I'm Pirates too.
So you suspect Sundowns fans?
Yes. At the time of the incident, the cellular phone was in my trousers pocket and went missing and was stolen at the main entrance. Immediately upon discovering that I could not find it, I suspected theft and contacted the Vodacom call center, reported the incident to block the SIM card, and ITC reference number was issued to me as number 423.
You don't have to give the number.
Okay.
Just that the device was blocked.
All right.
Paragraph 89.
I further acted promptly to call up. My intention was to restore my contacts and my WhatsApp messages. Regrettably, WhatsApp messages could not be retrieved as they had not been backed up on my cloud storage. That functionality had not been activated at the time the device was stolen. During 25 April, my second cellular phone bearing number required an update on WhatsApp application. Following the update, device overheated and became non-functional. The phone was taken to Vodacom, where it was assessed and restarted after it was determined that the system had crashed. As a consequence of the reset, all restored messages on the device were permanently lost. No backup existed. As a result of the above, all WhatsApp messages stored on my devices became irretrievable. To the best of my recollection, I do not recall receiving or sending messages to Mr. Matlala after the phone was repaired. In further...
Sorry, General, can we just clarify? You say, to the best of my recollection, I do not recall receiving or sending WhatsApp messages to Mr. Matlala after the phone was repaired. You're referring to the one that overheated and was non-functional?
Yeah.
And is that your...
079, my official.
You don't have to say the number. Is that your SAPS number or your home number?
My SAPS number.
The SAPS number.
Yeah.
Had you received or sent WhatsApp messages to Mr. Matlala on your personal number?
Yes.
During this period?
Yes.
Okay. Continue.
I further confirm that in the ordinary course of managing device storage, I periodically delete non-essential messages in order to maintain storage capacity and device functionality. This practice is normal and prevalent among cellular phone users. It was not undertaken with any intention to conceal information. In a continued effort to comply with the Commission's request, on the 30th of January, I contacted Lieutenant Colonel, should I mention the name?
You don't have to.
Yeah, of the Cybercrime Unit to inquire whether deleted messages could be recovered from my devices. I was advised that the recovery was not possible under the circumstances, particularly in the light of absence of cloud backup and loss of the original device. The kernel further informed me that GPCI has an arrangement with Sabric, which may have limited technical capabilities in relation to the message recovery. Acting at this advice, I contacted a certain individual in Sabric for assistance. And on the 31st of January 2026, I was advised that after consultation with the technical team, message could only be retrieved if they had been archived or backed up on the cloud, and that only limited number of deleted messages may be recoverable, subject to applicable time constraint. Then I further contacted Sergeant Kosi whether he remained in possession of relevant messages. He informed me that they were retrieved from his seized cell phone device, which are currently in possession of the Commission. In addition, I formally requested itemized billing in November for my private phone at Vodacom, and I attached the proof thereof. But the itemized billing of these phones, which are pay as you go, they are not readily available. And when they were supposed to provide, they say they don't give a second party's number. So I just paid something like 2,800 for nothing. In response to the question contained in the summons, the nature of my relationship, details of my communication conducted via WhatsApp and Signal, any other electronic message platform with person below, I set out my response individually as set out below. For completeness, I address the origin of relationship, the context within my interaction occurred, the nature of extent of electronic communication exchange. Unless otherwise indicated, such communications were informal, social, or work-related within ordinary professional engagement and did not involve the disclosure of classified information, operational strategy, or confidential investigative material. I further record that my responses are confined to matters within my personal knowledge and recollection. Then I start with on the summons, they wrote Vusi Ndlala. I know him as Vusi Abednego Makuela, not Vusi Ndlala. I know Vusi Ndlala, who is known as Vusi Abednego Makuela. I was introduced to him during 2019 by my friend and colleague, the late Brigadier Mudisa, who at the time served as a provincial head, Gauteng Organized Crime Investigation. Brigadier Mudisa informed me that Mr. Vusi Makuela was assisting him in relation to certain investigations, and further indicated that he was regarded as a reputable traditional healer, of which I confirm I've seen the certificate.
Did Brigadier Mudisa tell you what the nature of the assistance was?
Yeah, it was providing information on cases which he was investigating, which he was following up.
In what manner exactly would he ask him to what? Do a divination of what had happened, who the suspects were, or how exactly would the assistance manifest?
Yeah, like I know Miss Mulwandwa. She's got capability. She knows a lot of people in a lot of circles where we were doing investigations. So maybe I'm afraid to say what type of investigations, because I don't want
You
to.
see, in my language, there's something called ukubhula. So you go to a traditional healer and you ask them,
No.
"Ndicela ubhule."
No, it was not like that one. It was like information, like you get from the source, who knows what happened. Ukugula, yes, we were going for
Gula,
something.
not gula. BHU, B for boy, H
Oh.
for hotel, U.
That one, Commissioner, that one, it was personal one, not about the work. About the work, it was information or intelligence related to do with the work of the cases he was dealing with.
Or based on information that Mr. Makubela would be having.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
As an ordinary person now, not so much as a traditional healer.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. As a traditional leader, will go to his house.
Okay.
Yeah.
As a registered source.
What I can tell you, it was a registered source before I knew now, of crime intelligence. And I think the matter is in the High Court where they are suing each other. He's suing
Sorry,
them.
do we want to disclose that information? I'm not comfortable disclosing who registered sources are because it may place them in danger. Maybe let's just leave that one, if you don't mind.
Okay.
You may continue 105.
At the time, I was serving as a colonel at the National Head Office. Following introduction, I met Makubela again at his residence in Midrand. Thereafter, I visited his residence on several occasions. And during the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, we used to fetch some traditional remedies from his house in Midrand to help treat or limit chances of contravening the corona. So he was making those concoctions. When I knock off duty, I'll pass there and get my bottle then to go and go home. So those visits occurred both official and personal contacts. The official visits were in connection with matters that Brigadier Mrisa had indicated and Mr. Makubela was assisting with, while the other visits were social.
Perhaps let's take the adjournment now and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Why would you want to go to the same person?